Okay. Let me set up the stream. Here we go. I want to see if I can post a link in Discord of my stream now. There we are. Copy link. I'm just going to post it to everyone in general chat. That should be okay. This is the track that we're working on. Last time what we did is we threw out all of the bad ideas. Then we put together a kick and bass here for this track. And then we worked on the intro with a whole bunch of pads, all of these pad sounds that you see in the pads group here. We made this one, which is really interesting, and all of those different pads down there. These were already here, the first three, but we did make some modifications to these. Oh wow, people are coming in already. I need to put the chat back up here. Malogify, Arno, how are you doing? Welcome. So that's what we're working on. We're working on this track. What I'm thinking now is to do the drums, I guess, because let's listen to them first. I don't know if they are like the quality that I want. Nice hair. Well, there's very little of it, to be honest. So, complimenting my hair right now, you mean my mustache and my beard, I'm assuming, because up here there's nothing left. Okay, so what is all of this?
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Okay, we'll leave the build drums and we'll leave this down like that, and we'll remove the crashes because those are what I want to do again. The sine clap is okay, that's cool. But we're going to do those main drums again. It's not a lot. We need to do like 1, 2, maybe 3 patterns here and then 1 more pattern there. So that's the plan. And after that, we'll do some lead sound design for leads here for this project. I don't know what you guys want to see. Me messing around with hi-hat samples is probably not what you came here to do, so we'll try to move on from this as quick as I can. I will get to the part where the processing is, because that should be at least interesting, hopefully. So we'll do like this standard hi-hat, the kind of the tonal one on the offbeat. But for this first part, I'm going to remove some of the, maybe a bit more even, almost make it like a closed hat. Control T here. And then I want a very short hat on top of that. Very high endish. So something like this. And I'm going to like manually dial in the sidechain here. So what I do often is maybe a bit too much. Looking just at the waveform, I'm fairly comfortable just like drawing in the volumes. And obviously now it's way too loud. But we can do the volume mix after that. Let's loop this and just, for now. we'll make this a little bit more high-endy by removing maybe like those low 2 peaks. And let's clean it up as well. Just something like this. And then on this main hi-hat, I'm going to add just a bit of reverb to get the tail back in that we're now losing because we're like shaping it strangely. So short decay time of like that. Okay, so that's nice. I think I'm going to have these hi-hats in here even lower. Like really just add a little sparkle to it. And now it's time for the clap. I can turn down this reverb a bit, I think. Nice. So we're going to add a clap. Just simple stuff here. Let's see, this pack doesn't have clap, this has snares only. Maybe. These are good samples, don't get me wrong, but I always use these. Let's see if I have something in here. Asterisk clap. You can maybe layer this on top of a clap that we add. So I just want this to like impact like this, I guess. And we're definitely going to layer this with, what should we layer it with? Maybe we do want to stick to some of these snares here. So because we're layering, I'm grouping this all together. That way we're organized. And I'm guessing like this, maybe. That's too long. Why is it doing this? It's so annoying when it does this. I guess it's not letting me. Sometimes Ableton has these weird, yeah, but that's because we're in like a big project. I want to clean this sample up. I don't remember if that's from the original, but I want to just remove everything like this here. And what I'm going to do next is, what some people might find cheating a little bit, is these things here should be like percussions in here. Well, this is not what I wanted. Maybe this here, top loop. You're hoping to catch the stream live. Well, happy you. Or lucky you, I should say. This is not what I want. I want loops. Percussions. Drum rolls. Do they have no loops in here? Kicks, leads. As a prefab, bass, Atmos. Oh, here, loop. Let's see if we can add this to that. Warp it at 138, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. It's like not long enough. That's annoying. Obviously it's too dark for our track now, so we're going to have to do some cleaning up. Marlos, how are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see more people joining. Probably want to brighten up like this a little bit. And then we're going to maybe make it a little bit more percussive with the LFO tool, where you set it to 16 notes. Bonk it down like this. Just a little bit snappier. Now let's try a trick here. Kind of get it in a different key, almost. I feel like it's not determined, kind of. Like you can hear how it changes texture over time. I think that might have to do with warping being slightly off, maybe. I wouldn't be able to tell, so I'm going to freeze it and hope that it's still there in the same way, and then we can make different versions, just grab different, because it's just a 2-beat loop thing right now. So we can take parts of the loop, yeah, and just create our own loop with like the different variations of this. Going to, I think, do 2 of those and then 1 more here. That's kind of a rhythm that I'm going for with that darker one. And then we'll grab one from the start. I'm just not even listening, I'm just kind of grabbing them randomly, to be honest. You might even be grabbing some that I'm already using, but that doesn't really matter. And then the first. So let's listen to this. Looks good to me, thank you. Nice, it's a little bit of variation. It's not something that I often do in terms of like my hi-hats or my groove. It is also too short, so we were off with the timing. Well, that's no problem, we just... Oh, it's doing the thing again where you... There's this thing where I cannot shorten samples, which is annoying. So now we have... this percussion loop thing that we made, we can just put that under everything once it's like the drop is full. So it's replacing this bit here. It won't be in the first one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some more high-end content, hi-hats and stuff like that. That's also going to be just here. So I'm thinking of basically doing the same thing where I find just a loop. Hopefully hi-hats. I think all this is all. Kind of want to rely on a loop for this. Tribal loops, modular percussions. Okay, this is not what I want, I think. Does he have a loop? Bass loop. Okay, that's strange. I had some more stuff, didn't I? Another. This also doesn't have any loops. This drums. Here we are. This is useful. So this is basically what we want. And then just like normalized 0 and then I'll also enforce the snare a bit in that case. So we'll add a from here snare. Not really psytrancey, to be honest. I can add stereo claps, that's cool. We'll do them very low in volume, like 7 dB low. And then we'll also add a snare from this pack here, because I know these have good snares, because I always use them. I'm finding the right one for this track. I think this is what I want. That seems to be the nicest sounding one for the vibe that I'm going for. I'm scooping out the lowest frequencies of the clap. So here, we do want like a nice large bump there. So now we have nice kind of fat drums that I want. The last thing I want is to add an extra hi-hat on this thing here, an extra open hi-hat on the offbeat. I think this one will work. And it's basically just an extension of this. So we're going to... The way I like to do this is to turn it down a little bit here and then crossfade between them. So this is almost like being able to like sidechain it. And then by like setting these points, you can set like the shape. So I'm just kind of carving out the shape for this one here. And this might be a bit too much of a volume drop, so I'm gonna go to 6. But this is basically to sustain. Oh my god, this is so annoying. To sustain that other thing there. The other hi-hat that's already there. I hope I'm making sense though, I'm a bit tired. So I might not be making a lot of sense here. But in essence, this is our drum loop now. I guess we can go throw in a crash in here. So this drum loop is not going to sit throughout the whole track, obviously. So we're going to break it apart a little bit. I'm adding 13 up here, so we have it the same as there. 13. I think that's right. I think it's one more. It was 29, I think. So now we have crashes in there as well. So duplicate, duplicate, and duplicate. Up until here. I don't think I'm going to use it everywhere. So this percussion loop is the last thing that I want to have coming in. So here. Maybe let's add one more hi-hat loop, because I don't like the immense complexity of that one there. So I'm going to basically do this thing again, but with a stronger hi-hat. So that's just going to layer on top. It's going to go minus 10. This one also has a bit of a stronger sidechain. Minus 4.5, I think. Just higher than half. And then this, nothing. And this, minus 1. Just add a little bit of groove. We'll make it like 2 lower. The other one is a lot lower, right? Like 10, yeah. And let's zero it out. Let's zero out the clap here. I'm zeroing out until... No, Twitch channel, no. I kind of want to try streaming on here, because YouTube is just a bit better in my opinion. For like my audience, because my audience is already like here. So here we're going to need to remove this. Let's just delete everything, to be honest. The stuff that I'm nulling now. There's no real reason for us to keep any of this. This, and then we remove our clap here. And we clean it up here. Same thing here, we have to clean this up as well. How am I doing? I'm doing great. It's all nice here. Track is coming along nicely, so I'm just chilling tonight, to be honest. I'm a bit slow, but that's okay. Hopefully you guys can still follow me. So now we have new top drums. We have to write something here, which is, as you can see, minimal stuff. Or maybe we'll just keep it this drum set there. What I'm going to do is copy over the modulation. And then we can delete this. Turn that on. And now we have a new loop. New drums on top of it. This should sound a lot nicer. Nice and bright. There's a little modification that we can make.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
It's not quite in the center. No, I don't want my hi-hats in the center. Now let's get into the fun part. Now that we have our drums finished, let's do something with this asset line. Because I like the idea of the asset line. It's just not well executed. So I'm going to duplicate this. And I just want to like layer on top of this. Now I've done this with... Nothing is done with a macro, which is annoying. I'll have to modify this. Maybe. Let's keep this very distorted. And this is kind of introducing this part of the drop. So I'm opening it up a little bit at the start. Here I want to add a little effect, little like swoosh thing. That's maybe a bit too much. So now it's really opening up and should start to add to it.
This is our show where we explore every aspect
The asset one is also going to be a bit wider. It really starts to hype up towards the end.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was
What do you think I should put under here? Do I want to just fill it up with the asset thing? Because I have an idea for that, kind of. But we can also try something else. A different idea that I have. I have two ideas. Either what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of those higher notes, some of them, or even these mid notes, and add another like big, like plucky big lead on top of it, like saw wave, super saw kind of thing, which I think will be really cool. If I can get it the way I want it in my head. Kind of like, do I have that here? No. Kind of like this. References. Which one is it? It's live frequency. How can I forget? In this last part of this track here, SH101 melody. I don't. How would I do that? I don't have an SH101. That kind of synth I was thinking, but a bit more pluckier. Or, and that would just take this melody, which I might rewrite, to be honest. I'm not 100% happy with it, so first of all I'm going to consolidate all of this in here. If you think I should make a better melody, how would I do this? Because this is what we have. It is repetitive. It is the same thing over and over again. So I might make like small changes to it. Here, we can do just an experiment. And maybe try something a bit more imaginative. We can even go down to the fifth here. Five. Yeah, that's correct, I think. So modifying this one, let's loop this. Oh. So it's even odd. Odd. Let's try this. We can make some more changes to just make it more exciting, I guess. So like this, maybe. No, it is not. I want it. Feels a bit build-up-ish and not very jittery or staccatic. Well, isn't it? It's all together. What I could do is maybe like this. But I don't think that makes it any better. Let's keep this down here and just go up like this here. So there's a bit more change down below. This might be a bit cooler of a melody. Let's try it like through the whole thing. It is kind of, it has to be build up because this is transitioning into a build up, so I want it to work as a build up. I think I'll try with that idea I found in here. The lead thing.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Okay, so that's too long. Is it going to delete the automation
This is our
clips?
show where we explore every
Yes.
aspect of what it means to be human.
Okay, so this is annoying. It won't. What it doesn't let me do now, Ableton, and I don't have a solution for this. Maybe somebody knows, but it doesn't allow me to shorten clips. Like I release the mouse now. Hey, why does it work now? What? Here, you see now. Now sometimes it just takes long, and sometimes it just doesn't let go. So now it works. So what that does is it doesn't influence the automation. Whereas if you hit delete, it does. Right, so it will take away the automation, which is not what we want.
We explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
So we still have that transition there with the nice
The problem
click down.
was not the physical.
So here the goal is to slow down in like a slower bass. What I might even do, and I think about it, is just slightly take the top of it off.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was spiritual crisis. Spiritual crisis.
Like I've taken out the click, which just makes it lower feeling, I guess. We could even take an EQ and emphasize that a bit more. Already 115 playbacks, that's crazy. It's just like...
The problem was not the physical. The problem was spiritual.
Maybe even a bit higher as well here.
Spiritual crisis.
Oh. And then here,
I can't really describe it. The anguish of the soul.
I'm going to need my analyzer.
It was like that.
I just kind of want to take out the hat here.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was...
We've basically taken out all of the brightness of this part, so we contrast it really well with what we have here. I think at least that's what I want. So this is going to be big, like risers, and already it's the snare there, but more stuff.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
And then it's dark.
The problem was
Nothing
not
really
the
happens.
physical. The problem was
Vocal.
like a spiritual crisis. A spiritual crisis.
And then the first two will have the equalizer of it on. Maybe even the third.
I can't really describe it. The anguish
Like
of the
this.
soul, you know,
And then here.
the black night of the soul.
It does have
It
to
was
have.
like that.
And I think I want to do the same thing here, where it's just on for this part. And the same with the filter. So this is all still very dark and stuff.
Read about the black night of the soul. It was like that.
And then it opens up. Let's see what we can do with this. If we make it a bit longer, I think we can. I'm going to open up my sleeves a little bit here. Okay, so here what I'm thinking is to extend this one note, which is going to be a really nice long note, and then we can use this for like simple. One here, and then we'll do like the next one going down. Nice and crisp in that area. And then like so. Let's have that second one a bit higher. That's nice. I think this will fit well here. We don't have anything else here, so we can't really check. This one is also not correctly placed. Should be like that. We won't have this one.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Nice. So my idea, now that we have this melody, is to take it and put it onto... what is this? What are those messages? I think it's just spam, to be honest. I don't know why you would set up something to do that. Something to like spam. But that's okay. Just a bit annoying to see what you think is a chat message and it's just nothing. Oh. I'll make it shorter by 1. You see, now it did it again. It just took a long time to process the input, I guess. So this is gonna go probably, and then we'll probably do like this to it. It's just sideturn sounds. Yeah, that's what they wanted me to make in terms of the sounds. Well, yeah, okay. Probably 1 higher. It's glad to see that people are still here. And it's not just the spam bots. It's a bit cheesy, but I think it can work. If we make like a very distorted lead with like a peak thing on it. Peak 12, I guess. Fatten this up a little bit, drive down again. My goal was to put this into some kind of strong distortion. And then use that as like a top lead for this. Need to find a way to make it like plucky. Because if you just use an amp, it's being distorted so much that it's not going to like pluck. So now it's plucking. We can hopefully give this some release and then it'll just still work. Slight quick pitch envelope. Yeah, that could work. I like to do that in here. I can set this to global master tuning, one-sided. That's nice, I think. Let's mix that in. Start with like -10. Taking so much of the volume out of. I feel like the delay takes out some of the volume. Yeah, it does. So that is strange. I don't want that. Let's use waves delay instead, the stereo delay. This just has dry wet going like up from. I'm just kind of trying to reset the settings a little bit. Like 33% should be okay. Feedback, high pass, low pass. There's this cool link button that allows you to modulate both. Is it not modulating the mix? Why is the mix not updating then? Or is it just a button that's not updating? I do think it's just a button that's not updating here. Let's hear what it sounds like now. This is the kind of lead that I don't really know if it works or not. We missed something. The LFO. So I guess we'll have to write an LFO part or a pattern for this. I meant the filter, by the way. The lead isn't very fat. Maybe I'm scooping out a bit too much of the low end. I should probably do that with the Ableton EQ because that's steeper. Keep some of the mid-range in it. Just a little. Last lead is too cheesy. Yeah, I kind of want a melody that sits well on top of this, so I kind of took the melody itself. Maybe the melody is a bit too much still. Let's see what happens if we remove this note and, well, not that note. Let's remove just these. Just removing a little bit. And then we're going to duplicate that. Is it still in time? Yeah, perfect. Is that any good? It almost feels like it's out of time here. Well, no, it's not, to be honest. I think once we change the automation on it, it should sound a lot better. For my taste, the track goes too quickly from building to full. Yeah, it's right now we're just working on the full portion of the track, so it's going to sound full regardless. Right now it starts with nothing, so it's just kick and bass. So it's once everything is in here, then it's going to sound cool, I think. And obviously here we need more stuff to like transition. But the goal is to have this as like the powerful part of the song. Quite some latency of the audio system. Yeah, it might also be because I'm streaming that OBS also has some latency or something. But it is maybe like a bar almost. Well, no, when it's here, it starts to play. So that's maybe like, how much is that? 600 milliseconds? Maybe some filter automation on it. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. I kind of just, what I'm planning is to have like one sweep and then a few notes that stay there, like maybe one, maybe two, and then it sweeps like again. Maybe we'll have like these half sweeps here. Now it's very dry. Okay. I have quite a list of things to do now, so we'll go through that all together. I'm thinking of something like this. Let's see. And then here, we're gonna go higher again. Maybe like this. And then all the way down. Awesome. Don't get overwhelmed with criticism. No, I like it. I take it all in and I compile it into one big list, and then we'll work on each individual part of the criticism and see if they're what I want or not. So for example, maybe what I'm not going to do is add like a super saw to this. I think that would be too extreme. So that's just a criticism that I'm not like personally, but I just look at the list of things that people say in chat, and I just pick the ones that I agree with. Building the asset line by starting stripped and adding notes every 1 or 2 bars also works. Yeah, but I already had the melody, so I modified this, and I now already have the melody. So all I had to do was kind of take some of the notes from this and have that play here. I do want to maybe try to make this a bit wetter, as in like a little bit more affected. I'm not going to go with a phaser because that's too much, I think. What I'm going to do is add a bit of chorus with a high pass filter. So normally you don't want any high end in your chorus, but now I don't want any low end. That's kind of my deal. can try some different distortion. This sounds probably cool. It's not even being squashed right now. It's already pretty bright, so I don't want to like multiband distort it or multiband compress it. But I do want to get it up to 0 dB, if possible. Let's delete you. Ah, that's why the dial wasn't working earlier. So now the dial should update as well. Yeah. Plugin wasn't loaded. Now this is supporting stuff.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
I don't know if I want the distortion in there still.
This is our show where every aspect of what it means to be human.
Maybe something like this.
This is our show where every aspect of what it means to be human.
Does it say how long I've been live?
The physical problem.
Does it down here? 1 hour.
Spiritual crisis. The spiritual crisis. I can't really describe it. The angle.
So we're getting up to that warmer part. What I think I'll do is introduce the asset line here, if it allows me to like actually copy things and paste things. And we'll have like a little transition here, filter cutoff going up, distortion going up, and then maybe like so. I will also introduce that main lead. Overdrive going way up. We want this to be a bit more audible. Tone staying pretty low. Output dB is okay. High frequencies a bit more. And then yeah, just dry and wet of the reverb and the delay. Something like this, maybe. just building up the suspension at this point. Maybe we don't want this here. That's bad, I mean.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
Maybe let's try, because it's a bit too extreme there, I think. Just kind of getting rid of the highest high end here. Maybe this is even a bit too much.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
I'm just slightly toning down the synth for the start, so it's not too extreme. So once we add pads and everything to this, maybe a few more background sounds, it should sound cool. I like it as a theme. We've had 13 concurrent viewers. Nice. Now we're at 9. Welcome everybody. In about half an hour, I think. Around that, I'll have to go a little bit. You just take care of the dog.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Okay, so it drops out too much here. We're not gonna have the gain then, and I think we'll have this a bit higher. Maybe we'll do a little bit of gain reduction, but not like 12 dB, something like this, to get it slightly out of the way.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
The problem was not the
Nice cup
physical.
of
The problem
tea.
was spiritual crisis. Spiritual crisis.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
I feel like this vocal is not sitting quite right, maybe?
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, that does work. It just sounds strange to me. Doesn't it? Like the timing.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
It's like a little bit too long of a sentence for that part. Let's do pads first of all. Sounds good with the delay. Okay. Well, maybe it's just me getting a little bit tired of the sound or something. Because that can happen. What? This. Here, probably. So this is gonna land on the vocal.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
You thought that the first time as well. Okay. Well, we'll probably hear it while we're adding pads 1 or 2 more times to this. So we'll keep an ear out for that, I guess. This should work here.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
This is gonna go lower. In volume as well as this one. You see how it's like stuck now? And it won't stop until you like let go. Let's see what we have. We're missing a lot of stuff still. I'm getting happy with this part here. But there we can still use like a few extra sound to just spice it up once in a while. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the pads. What we can do is sidechain them, like this whole group. Oh, there's already sidechain on it. Just lower that in a little bit.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
This is still the old recording, I think, of all of the old stuff that was here. I'm going to save this somewhere. I already seem to have one. This is how I save versions of a track. I throw them outside of the project and hope that they don't interfere with the project time. This track should be short. This should be a shorter track, so that would be okay. And here I put like all of the old ideas like this. Well, this is still very new. It's like the old kick and bass. Wasn't really well produced. This is still. This with the new kick and bass. But still with like the whole old build-up.
This is our show where we explore.
And now I can record it again and I can check the waveform if there's anything that's like weird. I'll usually do that in like fills to make sure that the fill is okay and stuff like that. That's annoying to do right now. What I want to check is if we maybe add something from like the intro here. I'm making it more stereo over time. So it opens up. I do kind of want to get some, maybe with the output gain, something like this going. Oh, that's too much. Now we'll go up to like 6 dB, higher. That's cool, adds like a nice atmosphere to the start of the drop. I think I want this exactly there now. So I have one thing happening here, one thing happening there, one thing happening there, and then here is vocal. So if we delete this. Ah, it's on the offbeat. That's why. Again, it's not letting me go. Do you see how it's taking like a long time and I still have to like delete it normally? I don't know why that would be. Here there needs to be like new synths happening and stuff, because there used to be like a little fill synth in here, which I could still hear in the old one, which was this. Which was a bit too aggressive for that part of the track, the way I had it in mind. Especially now that we have this ARP coming in. Here it's also on the beat, yeah. I like the way it opens up into stereo. Very cool, very wide kind of feeling. Let's try to add a pad onto that. See what we have here. Nice drop for the intro. Thank you. Let's place this here.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
Obviously there needs to be more on top of that to keep the momentum going and to introduce like the start of the drums. How long have I been live? It's almost a 10:15. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take care of my dog for a little bit, and I'm going to, just like 2 days ago when I also streamed, I'm going to play the same song. I've worked on that song another 4 hours, 5 hours maybe. So it has it's more finished. So I'm going to go up until here, I guess, because that's the outro. Up until here. No, here. Sorry. That's the part until where it's finished. As you can see, I still need this bit to produce that bit. I think there also needs to be a little bit more added, and like detail work and stuff. And then the idea of this song is finished. So I'll let you hear this, because this is really cool. I really like this song. I'm really proud of it. What this would be as a song, for those who didn't see the other stream, the goal of this song is to be a set opener. So you can see the intro is like almost 3.5 minutes long. This is where the drop begins. So this is what you would use to open up a live set. So if you're playing somewhere, you usually want your first intro to be a little bit more stretched out, so people can prepare to get in the mood for dancing. Right? You don't want to do like a 30-second intro and then straight into a super fast beat. So you want to carry them in there. You want to get them hyped without actually dancing. So that's the goal of a set opener. So this track does that, and it does that through a lot of vocals, a lot of like choirs, chants, that kind of thing, and a lot of drums. In the intro, there's a lot of orchestral drums in the intro, and also just nice like pluck section as well. So there's a lot of hype elements in there already, which also come back in the rest of the track. But yeah, the goal was to write a set opener. It's a very complex track, 300 audio tracks in total, I think, if I sum everything up together. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to take a quick break, 10 minutes, and then I'll be back. Just take care of the dog for a little bit, because otherwise he's alone. a bit longer than I wanted. Sorry if I take you out of your vibe. Thank you. It sounds epic. Dewey, thank you. Maxim, these are also the vocals from Sahara by Asterix. Speaking about vocals, I have vocals here that I want to play with. I think. I don't think I want the high ones in here just yet. Maybe I do. That sub bass is a bit loud. Oh, there goes my CPU. It's having a rough time now. I don't know, maybe we can record these pads all into one. Because this one is very CPU intensive, I know that for sure. So this is going to be annoying. But I have to kind of just do this. So I'm first going to record this, and let's also record this as well. But then we have to do like the whole track. It's a bit annoying. So we're going to record this one as well, which is group 70. We're just gonna record them and up until like here where they stop playing. That way we should get a bit of our CPU back, because right now it's, as you can see, it's over. So I get myself a cup of tea. Yeah, now we have this happening. We should save some CPU once this is recorded. Hopefully it gets better in the drop, the crackles. Should be over now, the crackling, because the main pads are like done. Well, no, that's still... At least we have the first part. Yeah, my CPU is not liking this.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
It's a good way to have to catch up with what was happening in the track. It seems to be a bit stabler now, 80 instead of 100. We might also have to do some synths, freeze some of these here.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
I'm starting to like that synth sound there. The one that we added as last, this one. Might be still a bit too intense here. We should have to see. Hopefully some people are returning. Yeah, my break, I took a big viewership toll there. For viewers that was a bad idea, but I had to take care of my dog, otherwise he's there alone all evening. Not good. those assets lines are still a bit overpowering.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
The problem was not the
I'm not
physical,
sure.
the problem was,
I might
screw
up
up
the filters a little bit on
prices up.
this here,
Screw the prices.
because it's maybe a bit too dark. Too big of a transition, you'd say. I do really like the ambience in here, it's completely different. Almost like Captain Hook style.
I can't really describe it.
Like
The
very
anguish of the
ambient
soul, you know,
thing.
you read about the Black Night of the Soul.
Except for the bass line.
It was like that.
And then here it's almost like an asterisk synth on top. This cool guitarish thing.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
6 people again. It's nice to see some people are back. One more pad here to record and then we're finished. I don't think we are gonna get to the break today. Yeah, this is it. Now we can throw these. What I've been doing here, so you go to current project and here you throw in all your like rendered things, ideas, tracks that you disregard, stuff like that. Ideas to consider here are tracks that I might want to add. So it's a great way to keep track of access like material. So I'm taking these, I've rendered these out, so right, I've recorded them. And now I just drop in the groups. I think you can do 2 at once. No, it just did the 70 one. So now we want to throw in the other one as well. Takes a little while to copy over everything. And then we can delete it because we have the recordings of it. And that saves us a lot of CPU. Hopefully. We're still lagging a bit. It's getting better. And now we consolidate these, which is going to take another while. And the reason why we do this is because then you can normalize it. So what it will do is it will create a new file at the same volume. So it's going to try to match this volume, but it will normalize the file, the file that it creates when consolidating. So to do that, it compensates with the gain. So it will basically give you a negative value here of how much it's like being reduced to match the volume. And you take that value, put it in a mixer, and then you set it to 0, and that way you have the waveform like bigger. So that helps with like editing and stuff, if you want to make edits to it later. So that's why we're consolidating. I hope that explanation was clear, because it's once I'll show it, it takes a while to do, but once it's like finished, I'll show actually the process. It's a great trick to save CPU. Quickly check here. Okay. Nice to see some people back already. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, you can really see the like dip in viewers from the break. I was at like 10 before. Oh, now it's going down. Nice. Okay. So now you see minus 11.7. You just set this to 0, and then I kind of always just like round to the closest whole number. So this will be 0 and this will be minus 13 here. And now we've saved a lot of CPU. So we still have all the pads, everything. And now look at this. First we were at over 100%. You have lost the ability to edit some of them, but you can still, if you want to make an edit, it takes a little bit more time now. Take the group that you want to edit. So let's say I want it at 70. Drag it back in. I'm not going to do it now because then it takes up CPU and everything. But you drag it in, make your modification, re-record it, and then you put another one in here. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use audio inputs 128 kilobits per second. That's strange. That's very strange. Bitrate problems. I'll have to look into that. What I want to try is a flute kind of thing. So, is this a new MIDI track? Or is this audio? I want a MIDI track. Ctrl-Shift-T. What CPU do I have? It's a AMD FX, the really old one, like 7 years old already. AMD FX 8350 was the most powerful CPU from AMD at the time. But it was before like Ryzen came out. I don't know if you know it. It's, as I said, very old. Let's see if I have some flutes here. What is this? No, this is not what I want. Brass sounds? No, I want like like ethnic flute thing, I think. Let's see if Omnisphere has something for us. Oh. This is such a CPU heavy plugin, but okay. Aryan wet flutes. Enchanted flute. Let's see. That does sound cool. Does it have filtering? Not on here. Okay, so that's just in the... Yeah, that's just in the patch then. Right? Yeah. The fact that it doesn't have high end. Let's sound match current selection. Seagull solo. Okay, that's trippy. It's a bit too plucky for me. No. That's kind of what I want. Let's see if we do just this. Let's do a short or like a long delay on it, like this. Bit more open, maybe. Bit of ducking. I think that's pretty cool. Like right there. Let's see. Needs some sidechain as well. They seem to have sidechain. Quite strong actually. I wonder what it is. This is a plug there. Do we want it also here? Then I suggest adding a different kind of sample here as well. I'm going to sound match that sound. And that's going to go here and here. Same kind of deal. Try to get as close of a sound as possible. If Omnisphere decides to open today. It's such a big, intensive thing. Ooh. There we are. Sound match, granular flute solo. Sound match current selection. Enchanted flute, we already tried that. We can try that again. If that's any good.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
We should probably add like a little pitch bend here.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
Maybe like go back up.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition. Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
If we now add a little utility to before the echo, we should be able to imitate that curve there. So it's like this, this, and then you bring this down. So this matches the pitch bend curve, like pretty closely.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
So that's really cool. I really like that. A great sound. So now we have this. Oh wait, I'll play it with the harp. Maybe the harp is a little bit too loud. I quickly want to close my door.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
It's about as cold in here in my house as if there were no walls. like we were just outside. Let's have a little like heater.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
What do we do with this? Any suggestions? Here I'm pretty happy, I think. Maybe I do want to try opening up this a bit more so the effect isn't that dramatic. I do like that. And then here it's a lot more.
This is our show where we explore every
A lot
aspect of
more
what it means to be
aggressive and bigger sounding, kinda.
The problem was not the physical.
I'm almost certain I want the low pass out. I think. And for the
Problem
kick,
was not the physical. The problem was spiritual racism. The spiritual racism.
maybe like this.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was
And for this a little bit.
racism. The spiritual racism. The problem was not the physical. The problem was
Something like this.
Racism. The spiritual racism.
I think. What do I want to do
the
here?
anguish of the soul, you know, when you read about the black night of the soul. It was like that.
I don't think I have enough stuff in this drop. What do you say, guys? Let's listen again and see. It is kind of full, but it doesn't sound like complex to me. Not complex enough, maybe. I have an idea here. How am I doing there? Perfect thing for this. Right here. I'm gonna go up again. Maybe like this. Maybe this is too much. But the idea is we bring back that thing for like a second round. Because now this element takes over. Yeah, that's cool.
Lost in thought.
That's perfect.
That's the human condition.
Because now we have this thing taking over. And from here we want some more elements, I think. Maybe some like almost percussive style elements, I'm thinking. And what I also want is a little reduction in dry wet here. So maybe like this. Really suppress it.
That's the human condition.
Because now a new part starts. Okay, so now the idea is that here we have some percussive elements, but in the form of synth sound. So let's try something cool here. I think you guys will like this, the idea that I have. With phase plant, there's like percussions. Like in the sampler. In decays, I think. So all of this stuff? No, drums maybe. Yeah, here. So you have these things, I think. If you guys know any other sample I should put in here, write it in the chat. This is not what I want. I want maybe the 2. That could be it. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm gonna show a mix here. No, not a mix, a aux. How do you do the aux one? Name. I want somewhere to see the waveform, what it is doing. But I guess you're only going to get like a small piece of the thing. And then this to here as well. Perfect. And then we use a random on this guy. We set this to unipolar. You hear how we have different sounds now all the time? Set this to as low as frequency as possible. Let's play this. That's one too low. That's kind of what I want. And now we can, after the distortion, put a bandpass. And that's going to give us our tone. And we'll add another random to this. Same idea. It's just going to trigger different frequencies, I guess. So something like this. And then I'm thinking of pitch shifting it down. -12. And then high compensation. Something like this. But I'm almost saying the filter should be here. After the thing. After the pitch shifter. So let's copy over these values. 360 and then it's 44%. Because I like where that was. 43 is also okay, I think. Is it now bipolar? No, unipolar. Okay. This filter isn't doing it. Does that not work? Why is it? Okay. Wait a second. Equalizer. No, filter. Wait, we'll high pass it. Very steep high pass. Something like this, and then we put on. Not phase distortion. Let's keep everything concise within one screen. I want a... What is that called? The digital kind of distortion, the bit crush. Here. This is what I want. Sorry. Is this cool? I do think I like that. I think if we work it in a track, it would sound cool. The random function doesn't... I don't really like how it randomizes. Let's try it like this as well. You see? It's because it doesn't re-trigger. I want it to re-trigger. How do you do that? Synchronized, I think. What if we set... Yeah, then it's gonna release over. Wait a second. Ah, okay. How do we fix this? Does anybody know here about how, like, I can generate a random velocity per note? Is there a way to do that? I don't know if there is. I do want to keep this sound because I really like it. Oh, I know. I know. Wait. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna set velocity. And random to gain. I don't know. Pressure. I guess we can use pressure. I don't know if I can randomize that. Maybe I can draw something in for pressure. Can you do that in MIDI effects? Because you can do it with velocity. I know that. Gain out on channel. Here? What do you mean? Random to gain out on channel. Okay, I want to explain what we're doing. What I'm trying to do is try to get a random value for each note that is being played. That's my goal. Because I want the filter and the tone of all of this to be slightly random. Here. Do I need to turn it up? Let's set it back where it was. I'm going to copy these modulations over. I hope I can modulate pressure. Otherwise I might have to draw something in, which is going to be annoying. But doable. That's not too bad. That's this phase 100%. And then what do we have as well here? Bit cross rate 29. 29. Okay. Now we can delete this and delete this. We can set random velocities very easily. You set this to, I think I have a preset for this actually. Random all. You hear how we get different tones now? I want this to go up until here. So what we'll have to do now, I think, is to go in this MIDI clip, and this is going to be an annoying task. I think you have to do this with velocity. I cannot do that with any other value, right? Chance, no. I think I need to go to the MIDI control and then pressure. Channel pressure. This is what I need to edit. The gain on the out is the volume for that group. Yeah, I know. But what do you want me to do with this? Because random to gain. Why would I want... I can try if you have an idea. But if you can explain me the idea, then I can try it. I'm sorry if I'm not listening all too much. Okay, let's make a random sequence. Let's hope this works like this. We have to do it in 16 notes because here there is... Oh no, we can do it in 8s. I'm sorry. Okay, so we don't have to do those. I'm just going to develop like a... I thought you wanted different volume on each note. No, what I want is explain me the idea. You can also humanize velocities. No, so what I was trying to do, I'll explain it. I had the randomization set up in the synth, but that didn't work. It wasn't for the loudness, no. So what I did, yeah, I set up randomization within here, but I wanted a random value for each note, and that didn't work. So now we've set it up with velocity and pressure, so we can draw in the pressure for this whole thing, which is going to be a little bit of an annoying task. But then we have a randomized sequence, and it's not really fully random, like humans aren't really good at drawing in random values. And also you might want some shape in it so you can get some cool like little rundowns and stuff like that, like run ups maybe something like that. And then it's going to sound very made, I know. We'll leave one lowest in there as well every once in a while here maybe. And not too high. I also don't want to differentiate too far from like the values that we have here. So that it stays a little bit in the same tone is the idea. Here I'm going to go all the way up. So this is like a bandpass filter on it. So how far are we? I'm going to do one more and then we'll just copy over the sequence, I think. Oh. Yeah, I think we'll copy this over. And then it plays again twice, and we might want to edit a few of these. So it's just a little bit different. But it still reminds us of the same melody. And here we're going to go up higher again. This lowest is going to be accentuated a bit. And here we'll have another high one. And this is really the higher portion here. We're going to get into some like hype territory. So that's why we're drawing the last velocities a bit higher. So let's listen if we're successful. And it does sound cool. It was not exactly what I had in mind. That's really cool. Oh, it follows the melody. This melody follows that other one. That's really cool. That's perfect. And then that follows it up. That's the same melody. That's amazing. I didn't even realize. Right? This is the same thing, right? It goes from A sharp. No, not even. Right, this is an octave.
This is our show.
Still works though. Like it works well together. I want to mix this in a bit now. So that means a bit of distortion. Happy accents, yes, indeed. I want this to be hitting 0 here. We might even... I have a cool idea. So what I've been doing lately, a lot on different things, is you drive the glue compressor just a little bit, and then you set attack, release, and ratio to 0. And now you get, without even touching the threshold, you get a really nice compression into it. And if you push it hard enough, it's going to start really driving into the soft clipper as well. So now this is going to be like minus 13, something like that. And drive it a bit more. filter it in a little bit. Oh, that looks really cool. It's actually a very cool sound. That's a bit too low. Just kind of getting rid of the that works really well. Also with the flute things.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
Oh, look at the viewers. Nice. Welcome. Welcome everybody. How is your Monday evening going? I'm going to try something a bit different here. Probably very cool. We'll take some of these effects and throw them on. We can remove this group, by the way. Set this to 0 and this to -14. This will all be clear why I'm doing this in a bit. I'm going to throw this here. So what I've been doing, I've made a tutorial on this, is using like a little bit of a color-coded thing here. You take input from your MIDI thing, which is 65 here. You set this to in, and now you have the sound again. But here you can add effects, which then only it's basically like a return track, is what I'm trying to say. Do I sidechain this stuff when the kick hits later? Yeah, this is already being sidechained here. Sidechain is right there. So as an example, we add a reverb, and then we're going to add a envelope follower. Hopefully I can take the envelope of this track here. Yeah, this is going to take it from the input. And no, that's not what I want. I want a utility. And then we map that to gain. 0 to 50, I think. Oh, more. Okay, to 100. And then we can add some. We're basically adding some reverb to it now. Do you hear it? Gives a really cool effect of this reverb thing. We're probably going to add it like this, I'm thinking. And a little bit going into it. No, something like this, I'm thinking. Let's hear this. Spiced it up indeed, yeah. So it just adds a little bit of cool reverb effect to it. maybe a bit too loud. Yeah.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
I think it's getting a bit too loud towards the end there. That happens because of the input difference. So we're going to compress it going into it. I think that's our best option here. Let's set this back to 0 where it was, so we can hear what it's doing now.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of
Yeah, you can see it's a massive difference. But now at least everything is the same. You can also throw it into a saturator. So they were basically just... Let's see how it's here, if it's not...
This is our show where we explore
Right, and now you see it's not overpowering here anymore. So we have the fall, which makes it longer and shorter, I think. And that's the fall here. We also want a little bit of volume difference here. And from here we're just going to go like this maybe. It's not going to be noticeable in this part of the drop. Hopefully towards the end a bit more. We're clipping off a good 8. Yeah, once it hits in the drop, it becomes a bit wider, nicer. That's sounding great. Let's have another listen through, see if there's any other problems. And if not, we're gonna go on and continue on to the break, I think.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was spiritual.
Turn this on, the heating. It should stay warm for a little bit now. If not, I can turn it back on, because I know it's picked up on the microphone. Vibe here, the dark path.
Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
This may be a bit too loud. I need to put this here. Oh, here. Off a little bit more. Just coming in from it, right? Like here, with the flute, everything. Might want to put an effect in there, like a down sweep. I think we can... I think we can do well with a sweep going into this. So we'll add a track. And the way I like to do this is through this one. The Cashmere effects, white noise, and you take the 6. That's the longest one. Where do we want it? Here. Right? No. Here. And then you just take an auto filter. You just like sweep down from like 17 all the way down. Warp this first. It doesn't matter that much. But okay. And now you have this. Let's make that a bit wider. Obviously clipping now. Now we're giving it basically a bit of an attack with this EQ curve. And now we can minus, let's try minus like 18. And throw on a strong, like sidechain. I think we need to turn it down a lot more, but we'll see first. No, that's actually pretty good. Let's compensate here. Should be like this now. It's also used to dB. Right, so now we have this.
That's the human condition.
It's a little bit more impact. Let's try what happens. We just remove these and this one. Here, a little pause in here.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
A little bit of a pause there, I think will work fine. And then they come in back in full force. Take out some of that. So we don't really have the tones clashing like this. And then here we're gonna go down and up. Maybe not so low then. And here. So that's a nice transition now. Because before, what we had before with the tone here is that the D, because it's not an octave, the octave is so very strong in like the connection between the frequencies because it's a double, right? And then this is 2/3 from times 2/3, I think, or 3. Okay, we're coming back. I should be coming back now. Let me just check. Yeah. So I hope everybody's back. I hope nobody has any problems here. What I was saying is this is the second strongest connection to the root note in the key. It's the perfect fifth. But the octave connection is so strong in terms of its relationship, like mathematically, that this note is still clashing a little bit with it. So what we've done is removed all of the low frequencies, which are all of the strongest harmonics that indicate which notes are playing. And it's just a little bit of noise still playing right now. So that gives you... Also that it removes the volume, but you still hear things like going down, and it doesn't clash that much with this plug lead here. And then here, where it takes over, this thing just comes in with its tone, and here it just fully blasts. Is this not a... Why doesn't it show me the... Oh! Let's go LFO 1 again to the mic. I want to add some plugins to it.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
This is gonna go to macro number 2.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was spiritual racism.
I'm gonna do like this. Mono legato always on, and then this. Can I turn this on and off? Can you turn? You cannot do that, right? You cannot modulate these, right? I don't think you can. Okay. What we'll do then is zero this out, zero this out, and then here we won't do that. So we'll just turn everything back to normal. And then here it's also gonna have that little bit of glide to it, which should help make it sound cool. About 50, I think. Or is that too extreme now? A bit. It's distracting.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
What we can do is
The problem was
higher.
not the physical. The problem was spiritual.
Here we're gonna go lower.
Racism. The spiritual racism.
This is kind of the shape that I'm thinking of. This not so high. There. There's 2. That's too little. 130 here. Here we're at 60. That's too much. Let's set it to 45, something like this. Still has a bit of an impact. Here we want to go a bit higher. And here towards the end, it's gonna go really high.
Our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Oh, that's cool, that last part.
The problem was
That's
not
crazy.
the physicals.
Ends with this really pitch bendy.
Every aspect of what it means to be human.
Do you hear that? Is it different
Problem
every
was
time?
not the physicals.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
I think it is random.
This is our show.
It's because the synth is random.
Explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Well, it's always close, right?
Problem was
So that's
not
okay.
the physicals.
Okay, so that's really cool and complex. How long have I been streaming for? I'll do a little while still. What I think I'll do is save this project like this, because I don't want to start working on the break. And then I'm going to do some sound design on pads, atmospheres, those kind of things. Or I can work on a progressive track if you want. These are the two options that I have. If anyone has a preference, we can choose now. But otherwise I think I might work on the progressive track if there's no preference. Because that's a little bit more interesting than sound designing pads, I think, and atmospheres. I don't see any responses in chat, so I'm just going to assume that people like progressive stuff. Kind of going to hope that, to be honest. Yes, we want to save these. So we're going to get into progressive here. I have a cool project here that I started. At least it sounded cool on speakers. Or in the moment. Because I haven't worked on this project for like more than 20-30 minutes maybe. It's all interesting. Thank you. It's taking a long time to save this set actually. I'm surprised. It's almost taking as long as that other set, and that's twice the amount of tracks. Here, I don't know about the synths. The synths are probably not cool. But the drums and the bass line is really cool. So I'm going to play everything and then we'll see. Hello Lucas, how are you doing? Actually, I'm pretty surprised on the quality of that actually. Let's do some arranging here. This seems to be like a full drop kind of thing right now, right? Like it's busy, there's a lot of stuff going on. We're gonna have some repeating characteristics here, like maybe this thing. Almost finishing work. Nice. Strange that it's like 11 a.m. here, and yeah, that's how time zone works. Ege Ozel, hello, how are you doing? I don't think I want to keep these everywhere. What is this? I'm just kind of looking for the right synths to put in every like rotation. And then we're going to fill it up with other synths. I don't think I want that either. What's this? This sits here, so this is maybe a nice complement. Keep this. Okay, so this seems to be okay, no, this is, I'm going to delete that, that's it. Maybe this one here. Investments to enable them properly. Nice, I should do that. We had CPU problems this stream earlier. Ryzen 9 5950X, nice. I honestly don't know the numbers. I know I have a Ryzen 7 in my laptop, which is performing for laptop CPU, which is like really tweaked down, obviously. That thing is still performing very well, even on like bigger projects. Like the project that we would run today, or that we ran today, it's probably has no problem handling that. But that that very big project, the one with the, which is the intro, basically the set intro that I previewed earlier, that one it won't run at, because that's like 200 tracks. We will find some other ideas in here to add. Kind of fill it up like this. We'll also change some of the fills around. So probably here. Let's not have the tom fill here. Let's go with a double kick here. Yeah, an AMD FX 6300. Yeah, that's not going to last very long. You're definitely going to be better off with the CPU that you have now, though. That's for sure, because that's really powerful, I think. Maybe without the snare. Oh. That's cool. Maybe not here. Let's try that here. How delayed is my stream, by the way? I cannot really tell, I think. Does it say? Stream settings, low latency. But I don't know how much that is. I guess this would be, for me, a way to see. Well, okay, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, it's probably not as much as I think it is. Oh. Going to take some of the high frequencies out of this one. Yeah, 7 is the... I think I can tell now, because I can see the stream here. For me, the chat is just behind, I think. Yeah, that's more like it. This one as well could also use something, although this one is shorter. A little bit less. Here we'll make a slight modification to this version, but we're basically just going to copy this version over here. I want to take out one synth, I guess, this thing here, and bits of these, and then just add a different thing in here. And I think what would be cool is something like this. You go full range of the filter, or I'm sorry, the pitch band, and then you set up a filter. Probably like this we would do here. I'm going to add some drive to it as well. And then a slight increase in that. And we need to place down our note. Which is D sharp in this case. And you want to do it in the second register. So register them to D sharp 2 here. Because then the pitch bend is going to be all the way from the sub bass to the highest point. So let's set this to like 0.5. So you get this cool kind of thing opening up. Filter cutoff should probably go a bit higher. So that's really cool. It's probably loud. That's really cool. I like this. We need to add. Love these quotes. Thanks. We can add a pad kind of thing to it. Wait, projects. This is going to take some loading time, but these are all my projects, by the way. This is the last 2 years of me making music. It's actually not as much as you would think for somebody that's like 2 years into music, because I've gone to the habit to try to finish as much music as possible. So for example, for the album that I'm still working on, it still has some things that I need to finish. It's going to take some time. But that I'm still working on. From all the tracks that made it into an album, in between the first one and the last one project that I worked on, there's 4 other projects that didn't make it, and the rest are all like in the album. So I basically wrote the album in one go. So ideas to consider here. Can I not? You have to do it. That's an impressive amount. Thank you. Find it hard to abandon projects when you reach a certain stage. Yeah, that's kind of the goal of like writing music, is that you get that inspiration from the project itself. This is cool. I want something with this. What I'm probably going to do here is freeze this out and then flatten it. And we'll put a little fade on it, which we then have to consolidate into it, so there's no reverb at the end. And now we can unwarp it and just pitch it up. Let's see what key this is in, if it even has a key. It does seem to have some. Okay, so that's in A. So it's G sharp, G, F, E, D sharp. Now we can extend that harmonic. Perfect. Okay, so now we do that. And we turn up the filter to remove that other harmonic. Something like this. It now has the sharp tone. We can add as much as we want. It should be enough though. Why does that keep happening? So now we have another cool sound here, I think. So this is coming into the second part. I don't think I wanted the first one. What if we... Okay, so that doesn't work. Consolidate this. And do like minus... How much is this? This is 0. And this is going to be minus 5. We'll turn it down here. Like 13, something like this. Have a good day, AK. Thank you for passing by. Here we had another in projects. This was also an idea. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's really cool. I think I want the first 2 bars of that with the delay on it. So I'm going to freeze it. We still have it here if we want. And we flatten it as well. That's really cool going into the drop as well. And here we'll do the same trick of like turning this down, like minus 5. And we'll even use the same. Although this might be the wrong key again. Okay, so that's going to be annoying. We have to refreeze that. Right? Yeah, this is not in the right key. Although that sounds even cooler. Great for intros. Yeah, you know, Omnisphere in general is great because it has that sound match feature where it allows you to basically it takes presets that are similar. I don't know how it does it, if it just does like AI stuff and sound recognition, or if it's actually like driven by the by the parameters itself, like it looks at parameters that are just very similar. So that's a really cool, interesting plugin for that, because then you get one pad. You go in the preset browser and you find one cool pad that you like, and you get like 4 more. And it's a very easy way to quickly set up a design in terms of like the atmosphere of a track. I can show you. It's a little bit too long here. This is also too loud still. Probably like -9. If you have Omnisphere, then you should definitely use it. You need the version 2 though for sound match. So my Omnisphere is version 2, which basically means it has a better like preset browser, which also includes like the sound match thing that I talked about. So the way you use Omnisphere is that you open it up, you have your preset browsers here, you just make sure that everything is selected, and then you unlock your screw wheel on, or your mouse wheel on your mouse, and you just let it run. Do like once, see the name, Blinking in Berlin, that might be interesting. And then you play it. That's kind of cool. So we leave it here. And the way you do this is, let's make 2 bars, because we're working in basically 2 bar sections almost. Apart from here, this is like 1, 2, 1 for the main element. Whereas here we're doing like 1 and 1. So right here we have that stuff, and then here we have this thing. So we take an audio track, put it in to the input, which is this 51. So you just make your MIDI note, make sure it's the... Let's try both here. We're going to record both of those just as audio. Let's start with this one. And then you just record it to audio. Right, so now you have an audio preset of that. You hit Ctrl D, you get a duplicate, and you make the modification. In this case, we're going to go up an octave. And then you arm this one and record that one. Same deal here. And now you can go in here. Sound match current selection. Gonna go with the hook. Another probably cool sound here. Let's record this as well. Might be able to use that too. There's a nice little squeaky kind of high end to it and a nice mid-range. Obviously we're going to process these. Then we'll try Aura. And that's also really cool. So we take this and we'll do this as the final one, because we don't really need many. So we'll do like this. All kind of cool sounds, right? All 4. You can now just turn off your Omnisphere, group this whole mess. Let's start with this one. And then we'll go. We're just kind of designing the shape right now. So I'm gonna have this play here and here. So this is going to layer on top of this in a really cool fashion, I think. And then here, this will stay here. This will be this one, and this will be this one, I think. Let's try this. Obviously, it's going to be way too loud now. These two are gonna go down in volume. And let's just listen for now for the volume here. Gonna do a lot more processing. You need that. Yeah, this is, if you have Omnisphere, this is definitely the way you should be using it. It's really cool. Going to layer this up with itself here. This needs a bit of zero fade going into it, and this has a bit too much. Maybe a bit more like that. This is going to be our thing now. I like to do these things, like the little edits to it, to make it a little bit more like almost creative in a sense. So something like that, right? Where it's a little bit unnatural the way it's played. Probably also going to do a crazy thing here, maybe something like a sweep like this. Let's see. Let's process these two together because they're like together. I think none of these two have audio things on them. Let's do a little transgate thing. And just go ever so slightly up. Like that. And here it's just gonna cut out completely. So my goal with this track is to basically build up the whole sound sphere. Like one drop at a time, no copying, anything like that. Good night, my Logify. So that's kind of the goal here. This thing turned off. Yeah, I'm going to turn on the heater again because it's getting cold here. How long have I been streaming now? 3 hours. It's 11:30. I'm not going to quit yet. I might take another break, but I'm thinking maybe another hour or so. That ever so slightly sounds very familiar. What? Let's listen to it in all of its context. From where in Italy am I? I am currently in the northern of the Marche, and I'm going to go to Lombardia, so Milan. So now let's make a few more synth sounds, I think. Maybe here. I have this thing play only one time. Let's close this up like this. This one higher, a bit more detune as well. Want this to be very stable, actually, and then 18 dB. This is just going to be like a one-time plug thing that I have in mind. Something like this, maybe. This is nice. Obviously a bit too loud now, but we can add some stereo processing to this to make it cooler. Let's try this reamp. I'm just kind of turning everything up. Thank you. This is also a nice plugin here. This looks, obviously it makes it very, very loud now. But it's a really cool plugin thing, which is kind of just like an enhancer. A little bit too loud, I think. So these are these kind of like one-shot vibey things that I want to bring into parts of the track. So that's how the drop is going to be built up, basically. Let's add some drums, because we only really have a kick, clap, and one off-hat thing. OTT, not really necessary, because we're already like pushing it with an amplifier and this like saturation enhancer unit. So it's loud, it's big. I don't think it's necessary. Then you would want it like here, maybe. Maybe a bit like that. And then drive it into a soft clipper. Good sound design requires a lot of drives, I would say. 3 plugins cranked up. Well, not really. Not for a vibe like this, not like a track like this. Maybe if you're making like dubstep or something. It depends on the music that you're making. What music do you make? Are you like into psytrance or? Let's build out the drop here. So this is a pretty... no, first let's do... Sorry. First let's add percussions and cool elements. Percussions. That's not really what I want. Ultimate psytrance. Perks. Percussion. This has so much bass on it. I want to put this. You'd lose all the context, but also the harmonics are too bright, I think. If you distort something that loud, it's gonna be too bright for psytrance. It's still way too loud here. Let's do a haze effect on this. So this percussion now comes once. And we're never gonna have it back, is basically the idea. That we're gonna sprinkle in little percussion, maybe once or twice more, like one time maybe like there. But basically randomly throughout the drop, there is no structure to it. That's gonna be the plan with these percussions. Well, it is going to convey to like 8th notes. Right, so we're not going to have anything on the 16th note, because our bass line is pretty strong on the 8th note. Pum, 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 pum. That's the whole rhythm that we have now. Well, psytrance, psychedelic stuff in general. Maybe more in the ambient stuff. Yeah, in ambient I can kind of see it, because what you want, I think, is towards the like rise of the ambient, you want fairly distorted sounds. So then I could see it maybe, but not with every sound, just like one in like a whole track. You don't have to push everything, eh? That's not required. This one will be cool as well. Let's set this to 0 and this to like minus 15. So that would be 4 down. To 8, no feedback, dry wet. And now, for example, I'm gonna do one in the first half here. The plug, this one, yeah, this is amazing. Sounds amazing. Let's do this and tune it right. So we get EQ8. We might put this one there, actually. That sounds cool. I like this track because I'm spending so much time on like the details of it. Right? This is one 16-bar loop and we're already at like the project total of like from 18 to... It's like 50 tracks. 49 tracks. Minus the 6 big drums, it's like 43. I never normally spend a lot of time like that on a very small portion of the track, so this is a really cool, refreshing new track idea here. Here I want to go with another big synth. The idea is to kind of keep that tone going, but this would be like this, something like that. That's what we had. And we're gonna have this sit up there. There's a sidechain on it. Also on like the volumes. Obviously I need to give it the right tone. This track makes even me want to dance. Okay, that's a good sign indeed. Let's try the same processing as well on it. So I'm trying to basically capture the same. Well, that's obviously aggressive. After the saturator, we're gonna do This is getting really cool. Let's hear what this sounds like now. All the way through. This area is also going to need more percussions. That's the next step. And then maybe 1 or 2 sounds in here. Do I want to reuse this? I don't think I want to use the exact same thing. Amortalist. Amortalist. Never heard of this. Can I play this? Yeah, kind of. It's cool. Something from Xenon Records. Okay. I don't think I want to sit that pad in the way too much. So then the next thing that we need to do is add percussions here. And after this part, we're gonna call the drop finished here. I don't think I'm going to add any more like cymbals and percussions. It's just going to be that simple hat and the snare. So it's a very basic beat in terms of the drums without any of the percussion. So that would be just like. So that's the beat. Right, so here there will be 1 more percussion element, maybe 2. Let's do 2 in the same thing, just to make it even more confusing. Right there, and then right here, somewhere like this. That's kind of cool. It's a little bit loud now, so we're going to process these together. I'm going to have them echo towards the end of the drop here, like this, up until right here. Oh, that's cool. You can turn like the stereo. You hear how that makes it more stereo? Is there a haze effect on the hat? I don't think so, no. It's made mono here. It's mono, because this compressor is mono. The head is mono. So that's not sitting the pad in a way. Let's also remove the drum fill here. To be honest, I don't really like this drum fill. Maybe here. Not really. Maybe if we... That's a cool transition, I think. break now. Okay, so that synth is too loud. And then we're finished here with this drop. Also those percussions, a bit too much. Maybe like -13, that they don't dominate. Yeah, I'm happy with this, the way it's sounding now. I'm going to preview my other track again. You guys are really going to like this. As I said then, this is a set opener. So, oh, I meant to loop it. So what this is a Psytrance track with a 3-minute intro, 3.5 minutes. You can see here it's at 4, and then this is just a little bit under half a minute. And then it's a whole Psytrance track. So the goal is that you play this track up until like here as just the first 10 minutes of your set. Like this is bringing all the hype, all the different ideas. So there's like 4 ideas in here. There's 1, 2, and then 3, and then 4 here. And there's going to be a 5th one in here somewhere as well. When this thing is completely finished. But for now it's not, so I'm going to loop it from here, actually. Because that last part isn't finished, so that's not really nice to listen to. And then I'll take a quick break, let this play, and in case it takes longer than one playthrough, it will just loop back. So I'm taking a quick break, and I'll be right back. Stefan Gray. This name of this track is a track that I'm working on. It's not yet released. I hope you're still here. Taking a break is not a good idea. Shouldn't be doing it, but it's a good idea for my ears. So this is a track I'm working on, which is not yet out. I'll play it through up until there. How long have I been taking a break now? Now it's 44. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I really like the last part too. The last part I did some really cool audio editing things. I also got myself a beer. That should help with the loosey percussions that we're going to do in this track that we're working on. So this part is a little bit empty. Right here you would imagine like a vocal or something. I would have like the Big Bang, because that's the title of it in here. So I'm trying to emulate that. But this is not yet working. It is cool going into the first drop though, or in this drop. And now I'll shut up. Here's a little break and then we go into this. My favorite part. That transition there is so cool. I love that so much. This little thing here. It's my favorite part of the track right now. The little extra spicy left-right thing happening there, that's so cool. But back to this other track. Not that this other track isn't cool, I mean, listen to this. Whole crazy soundscape going on here. So the goal of this track is to never have a dull moment by always changing things up. I'm also going to have the kick and bass line basically always playing. You can see here there's just a few kicks not playing. I'm just going to layer it out right now, the kick and bass. The one that I like myself, that the bass got taken up and then throw back in your face. Okay, I'll look into that. It's a bit hard understanding what you're trying to say, but I think I get it in terms of like the frequencies, right? Like a filter on top of it. On its own, this kick sounds terrible. This high, there's this weird, like, resonance in it. Probably going to replace this kick with one of these. Probably this one. Although it's not happy. That is current project, freeze. Like this. Now everything. Yeah. This obviously doesn't make sense anymore. Although I do want it a little bit lower here. Probably going to really slope off that head. Let's find that resonance that's in here. This one. Like that. That's nice. It's a lot nicer sounding, I think. Nice. To and fill around with making my own cakes. Yeah, I should. For now, this is what I want. The way I've been making kicks is just from samples, to be honest. Like taking a sample and like morphing it. Now the kick also just sounds nicer, better. Here we're gonna keep the sidechaining, even though there's no kicks everywhere. I'm going to keep the sidechaining in there. For now, as we're writing this dropout, we're just going to do like the kick and the bass, leaving them out and stuff like that. I'm not going to worry too much about it. The way I want to do this is probably with a decently long intro, not too long. Like that, probably. Do we want to always keep the bass line here? Or do we want to leave it out for the first? Let's add the clap on its own here. I'm going to really smoothen this up here. Really short. And then have this instead of the old one. And then when the head comes in, it becomes bigger. Here we have a moment of non-dancing part here. So here we kind of reset the listener, right? So the goal is to not use any transition effects in this project. Sorry. So here we don't want any transition effects. So for example, what we do want is stuff like a little bit of that white noise. Here we need to move or change one white noise thing, I think. Oh wait, no, we need to add the fade here to this one still. That zero part could be double the length. Which this part. Or here. What I want is for this track to rely very heavily on like these little snippet effects kind of things that we have in these short little pads, the very short effects, and this like very short thing, which by the way I'm going to remove from here because this pad is a bit dominant. That's what I want. So I want to really I mean, yeah, you mean the dancing parts. I want those beats to be really, really minimal, so we have a very large space to build that flow on. So this is basically going to be it, to be honest. Maybe I'll do another like one beat pause here where the bass line drops out. Or maybe even just like the lower bass line. I think this is the... No, so this one then. Yeah, I also don't want to double kick this. something like that. Here also just normal kicks. Should probably check that I don't have them to match. Maybe for this first one I can go with. That might be cool. But then we just continue this constant beat. So I've done it, I've just placed it somewhere else. And then we're gonna have another part of the drop, which is gonna be hats and snares. Too bad it can't echo. What do you mean by echo? So here we would continue with more pads. What I will probably do is make a different group, so it has a little bit of a different vibe. I might go for one of these. Let's see. Maybe let's duplicate this. Also have this one in here. This in a different spot, so it's disjointed from the other one. So this is going to get the same kind of treatment as this with the different leads. I'm not going to make any more new leads. I'm just going to arrange the ones that I want in here. So it's probably going to be this one for sure, and this, and then this and this, and then we write around that. This is all too mono, I feel. That's what's been bugging me a little bit. Stereo spread. You'll definitely be downloading my tutorial. Thank you. You shouldn't download it though, you should just watch it on YouTube. Oh wow. Listen to the difference this one plugin makes in this whole track. So spacious there now, as opposed to this, like almost mono. give me the like now and watch it tomorrow. It's too late here. I'm sorry. Nice passing by the way. Thank you for letting me know. So now listen to this version here. Really goes around your head, right? Is this made with the panna thing, or did I just pan them? Ooh, here we can do a thing. I can try something cool. 70. Wait, it does have that? Oh no, wait. This needs to be the left one. And then this needs to be the right one. Let's put this where he belongs. You go right, 70. Exact opposite. Now this should give an even bigger vocal effect. Never used Panna. How about this one? Dear Reality. I talked about this on Discord the other day. It's a cool plugin, but it sounds weird on most things. Can put it above you or below you. This is really around you. This is also really cool, yeah. What I'm probably going to do is turn that down a little bit more. Can you make it bouncy also so it goes like a wave? What do I make go bouncy? Almost like your head will pull you into the next rhythm. If higher is better when going near the frontal lobe. You're going to have to be a bit more specific. I'm sorry, it's a little bit late for me, so I'm a bit tired. I don't really know what you're talking about, also with like the delay and everything. It's a bit of a mess. Let's listen to the whole thing here. Oh, that's really cool. I also like the way I have some delay set up. Is that delay here? Is it this thing? Let's add. Cool little different rhythm to it. Very trippy. I suck back. I'm sorry, I get my words right when awake. You'll rewrite. Okay, thank you. Look at this. Let's not do it everywhere. Let's do it every other. Oh, every other thing. It's a bit different. Let's keep this in here. This is now obviously a bit too loud. Final thing I'll do is make a modification to this with Little Alto Boy. Sounds so much better, thank you. Let's put you down here, like all the way down. Let's see how you mess up the sound. That's really cool. Maybe even like this. Thank you, Teslie. This one is too loud in respect to this. Let's make this a little bit lower in volume. And I think we'll call it after that. Maybe even put it here. How about this? I'm sorry, Gamer King. I have a really hard time understanding that last message. That last part you played. Like, first of all, with the delay and everything. It's hard to understand when I play things. Because it's not like it's instant, the message. When am I going to start DJing and become famous? Well, first I need to learn to DJ. And then step 2 is becoming famous. It's my time to shine. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best to at least make music. I think he wants the Doppler effect. Okay. On this, we can try that. Here. Because I'm struggling a bit with how I want this thing to sound. Maybe like this then. Maybe you can like so. That could work. What if we sidechain this a bit stronger? Ah, there's no sidechain trigger here. That's why everything is sounding messed up. Aha. The interval's too close to another. I disagree. I think with the sidechain it's gonna sound nice. Because then it enforces this part here, where we drop out the beat. That's kind of the whole point of that thing. I'm going to turn it down a bit. But yeah, this is, I think, gonna be it for today's stream. It's getting really late now here. So I'm going to close out the project. This is definitely a project that I want to work on again, maybe again on stream. As I said last time, I don't know when the next stream is going to be. I have to prep now for starting studying and stuff like that. So it might take a while for me to actually find like a schedule for streaming, if I can find one. But these 2 streams, the one I did 2 days ago and the one that I did today, have been really nice. This one was better in terms of technical issues. We had nothing at all. So yeah, and we made 2 great songs. Yeah, thank you everybody for supporting me, and either for the next tutorial or the next stream whenever we see each other. Thank you, and see you next time.